The microphone is on. Welcome everyone. Happy August 28th of 2023. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX on live stream. And, I'm just wondering what's going on. So our friend Teresa Cook is said to be alive. Is this for sure? Are we 100% sure on this? And usually people don't make those kinds of mistakes, but I am really wondering. Anyway, thank you for the welcomes from all you guys, Mars and Sue saying, I hear you, and thanks Kevin, and the other Kevin, Kevin Williams, Kevin Haynes, and thank you Hermione and Fluffy, and yeah, I'm thoroughly confused. I saw her on 2 pineapples this morning. She was on at 11. Oh wow. Okay, are we sure of this? Maui has been very confused. It could be. I think 2 pineapples said it was a different Teresa. Oh, okay. Well, Teresa Cook is the common name, so that could be some confusion. Yep, that is true, Sue. And Mars 2028 just landed. Cool. Okay, so yeah, I'm kind of confused here now. I don't know what's going on, but you know, this was the news that we had originally was from within the newspapers, or not newspapers, but in news reports. So I don't know if that is something that's going on there. I don't know if there's anyone that can go check and confirm these things. So who knows? You know, who knows? Anyway, fingers crossed. Hope, hope it's not ours, but I don't know. I just don't know what to say. Anyway, let's start out with saying welcome to our moderators. We got Arizona Snowman and Piggy and Sue and CND Boy, as well as Yvonne Kunkel and Siggy on occasion, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Lucas Snow, Joseph Hills, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. And those are our wonderful moderators. And sometimes we have some others pop in here as well, like Suzanne, Bohan, etc. You know, so there's a few others kicking around as well. And so that's all fine if they have time. That is awesome. Anyway, happy place here, so let's keep it that way, and we'll keep going. Welcome to every one of you, of course, and we see about 24 of you guys in here today. We'll say hi to Mars 2028 and Tanto, Brian Perfectibility 999. Hopefully he's healing. I hope he took it easy. Dan is in the house. Henry Nelson also here. Of course, we got Sue, our wonderful moderator. Kevin Haynes, Kevin Williams, yeah, let's not confuse the two. Henry is here, we got that. All right, and Valerie Fuller also on board. Kathy is here, aloha. Henry Nelson is here, welcome. Hermione and Fluffy we got, okay, welcome. And going up the list here, trying to name others I haven't said before. Let's see. Chatty bunch though, wow. Let's see, King Colin, welcome, and still scrolling upward here looking for others, and all the way up to the top. I don't see any others, but Brian was first, Perfectibility 999, so he got some cookies. Anyway, So, yeah, as we get going here, welcome to all of you. And for those I didn't mention, please forgive me, of course. And we'd like to say hi to everyone. So if I didn't say your name like Michael Olson or somebody like that, just speak up and say, hey, you didn't say my name. Anyway, shout out to all of you. So all good that way. So first thing I gotta say is what's shaking, and I got an email there from somebody in Greece. Oh, hang on, it's a piggy. Anyway, she sent me an email saying, hey, there was a quake over in Indonesia. You should talk about that one maybe. It's a big one. So if we take a quick peek at it, and you can see that a big blue dot there, and that is in Indonesia. That's a 7.1 that happened there at 13:55, 513 kilometers down. A really large earthquake. Quick peek at the tsunami map. It says no tsunami warning, so we can get rid of that, and that's all good there. This is the island of Bali right in here, this one, and that's the distance there. So I'd say probably 150 kilometers from Bali. They would have still felt quite a bit of that. Same thing with everything on the eastern end of Java, as well as all these other islands in the vicinity. So pretty nasty to have it there. And by the way, that's Egen right there, that little white speck, Egen. Anyway, there we go. Yeah, and of course he had some friends, 5.4 right beside him there, and this guy a little further off at 5.6. So we'll get to those later, and just figured I'd pop that on real quick to show what was going on there. Thought that was something of interest. Brutal Avenger also here. Welcome, Brutal. Good to have you on board. Hi, I'm lurking in the Lurkers Lounge. No worries. You can lurk and relax and do whatever you need to do. Let's get rid of that banner for right now. There we go. So yeah, quake-wise, that was a quick one that was shaken. Let's have a boo around what's going on there in Iceland. I just gotta find the right page here. For some reason it is eluding me. Oh, I found it. Alright, I will go to this next scene. Of course, I've already backed it up a little bit time-wise, and let's get over there. There we are. So that is what Rebby was doing today, and that is approximately 5.5 hours ago. That is what we were seeing in the sunlight. You can see quite a bit of the iron material in there, the nice reddish shade, looking pretty awesome. Our wonderful sulfur on the end here, looking very, very yellow. So we like it. Grandma B is here. Welcome, Grandma B. Anyway, that's what it was looking like earlier. We can go back even earlier, quite a bit earlier. Now, something I noticed this morning when I got up, I thought, hey, you know, shouldn't that thing have kind of calmed down a little bit already? If the morning dew is burning off or steaming, it must have been either some extra gases coming up or a little bit of moisture in the air causing it to steam as that moisture is being turned from water vapor into a gaseous state, or should be a water molecules turned into some kind of gaseous H2O stuff, no, whatever they call it, fog, clouds, I know, gas, bad gas. All right, so yeah, and that's probably got a bunch of other gases in there as well, so you don't really want to breathe that stuff. But nonetheless, it did look quite smoky this morning in comparison to what we've seen kind of a midday. And I don't know if it's just now, right there, it still looks like it's smoking pretty good. And this is already 6 hours later, so that's not dew burning off anymore, okay? Not by that time. And of course, later on, as the evening set in, it still looked quite smoky. So are we seeing something happening there? You never know. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I'm hoping there's heat coming up in underneath there. A quick peek at the other ones. We'll back that up a little bit beyond the cloudy stuff here. They did have some low-level cloud in there as well. You can see that quite foggy in the distance. Anyway, that's what it was looking like. That's why I'm saying that I thought it was maybe just because the water vapors hitting the area, and it is creating more steam, and that's in fact I think what we're seeing right there. So pretty cool. Going back a little bit more, I think that might have been the same thing happening this morning. Hard to see in that shot, but still nice to see the whole area kind of all lit up here. And of course we can see Reykjavik in the background, some of the buildings, so pretty cool. And this is a Kaleir right in here, and of course our Rebbe fissure, a Rebbe vent, and the Kobe fissure kind of runs this way here, so from back here in this point along here. And that is kind of neat that it would open up in that kind of a spot, but hey, awesome to see that it has done its thing. I'm hoping that we're going to see a little bit more come out of it. Let's put that one back on live, go to the next shot. This one will obviously have to back up a bunch as well, as the fog and everything else was in there, so you can see the low-level clouds. This camera located on Thorbjorn, just south of the Blue Lagoon and the power plant, up on a hill. And of course there you can see the top of Ragnar right in there, that guy, pretty flat looking, and you can't see much else up over on top of the ridge. And there's a story Hurger on the other side there. Anyway, we'll leave that guy be and make that smaller. Go to the next shot. Of course, this is our wonderful downtown portions of Reykjavik, and the camera located at the Perlin Center. And nice view. I like it. It's a pretty. All right, we'll leave that one be. Go to the next one, and again, we'll have to back that up a bunch. And this is supposed to be a shot of Askja in the distance here somewhere, and hard to see, but they did have quite a bit of cloud, and it looked like it was definitely raining over here. At least we assume it would be rain. Could be snow as well. Not sure what the temperature is like there right now, but that is what we were seeing over there on that shot. Harder to see on here. Clouds came down even lower, so not sure what's going on off in the distance, but I thought we'd show those shots anyway. Putting that one back to live. No lights out there, so to be expected. The other one here is, of course, looking at Katla, and let's see if we see a sunset from Katla. There's a beautiful sunset from Katla. You can see Katla in the distance here with its ice plumes. Oh, sorry, this is Katla, this is cloud. Kind of a sneaky looking. Let's back that up just a little bit more, then you can see the cloud that's on the frosty parts of Katla right there. Pretty neat. Anyway, let's back that up a little more. Yeah, you can still see it off in the distance there. So lots of cloud in there, and earlier on they did have some rain, so not that great for them, but hey, this is what it is right now. And that is Katla from the one side. This of course is the what is this? The panoramic, and that's what it is. And we'll see. I spotted something out here that was glowing. I'm wondering what it was. It wasn't that high. Anyway, there's the panoramic shot. You can see just the edge of Litli right there on the side, and of course a Rebbe and Cagliar in the background there, and little Cagliar over here. The light, I don't know if we go back to alive. I'm just kind of, oh, that must be Grindavik in the background there. No, not Grindavik. Sorry, Reykjavik. And we'll keep the mouse right there. Oh, I can't do that. I need the mouse to change. And I go back. But I'll put my finger on it and just to make sure on the screen. Yep, that's exactly what we were looking at. So that is up in this area. And you can see some lights at nighttime. That is Cagliar, of course, and you'd see the lights of Reykjavik. Anyway, pretty yucky looking there, kind of almost rainbowish effect on that camera with the light the way it is. I don't know, it's kind of odd looking. Anyway, gets into the darkness and we see no more. Let's leave that at that. And this one, of course, while we do see the spots at night, but it looks a heck of a lot better during the day. Those spots are right over here in that sulfur. Anyway, let's go throw it back on some canned lava for you. It is time for me to go take a break. So for those good people who are here, if you haven't yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you think we've earned it. On that friendly note, I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Finally. That thing didn't want to turn back on. Mind you, I'm using my right hand. Usually I push the button with my left hand. Oh, wow. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Tato and Mars and Henry and Kevin and Grandma B and Kathy. Aloha hugs. All right, awesome. And thank you everyone for hanging in there. Of course, we were looking at Iceland, so let's continue on with that. Thank you, Hermione and Fluffy, and welcome, C&D Boy, and Wonky Donkey. What's this? I hear you are losing keys in the field. What are you doing in the field? Never mind, you're a donkey. You belong in a field. Okay, probably playing, kicking up his heels, and things like that. Ah, boy. All right, let's get over to the harmonic tremor charts for our Fragafjord area and see what we got. And of course, it is the ODF chart, which is kind of sort of working again. And you can see after its day and a half plus hiatus, it did decide to come back and give us some reasonable data. ODF is the one that you want to look for. It is slightly to the north there of the Rebbe vent, and actually a fairly close proximity. So anyway, looking at what we've got since I came back on, definitely an uptick in magmatic activity, and then it'll slide down, up again, and back down, dropping. So that's where it's at right now. It seems to be our seismicity almost had the same idea, and that is our green color, but our tectonic movement still had some different things to say and do, so I'm not sure what that is all about, whether that is something collapsing or if we are seeing just some tectonic movement. I have no idea. It's interesting to see, though, that we see that fairly heavy in that area. Maybe it is trying to push up and try to get something going. We don't know the way it's flexing, so it could be what's going on. Anyway, that is pretty cool. That's why it's smoking. Yep, that's probably it. It had a little bit of a push in here from the early morning onward, and that may have given it the little extra that it needed. It might have been even a catalyst with this spike in here. We'll see where that earthquake is in a second. I want to look at Askja real quick, so let's go up there and find it. There's Askja. And Askja on the way down, downward trend for our magmatic. Same thing with, well, our seismicity. It did have a little uptick in the end here. Hard to see it though, just about buried right underneath the tectonic, and just slightly above. And of course, the tectonic movement. Interesting, but nothing going on there. Little spikes, little stuff. I don't know. Is things moving there? Who knows? Anyway, let's go over to the earthquakes over there and take a look and see what we've got happening right now. Looking at my time, we should be good. And we've got, I should say, 85 for the entirety of Iceland. Just checking up top and at the bottom here, don't see any way out. So 85 quakes for the last 24 hours. We'll hit a few of them and we'll see what they are doing. 1.8, 10 kilometers down, 921 for him. This one is a 1.62 and 6.5 kilometers down, 4:09 a.m. Nothing right out here on the peninsula towards the airport or even in Grindavik. But we are seeing a swarm happening here, and we've seen swarms happen here before. Very interesting. 2.21, and that is 5 kilometers down. and that is from 9:20. Now, remember what Yvonne said? There was some magma underneath in the magma chamber under Erupción. Well, this could be part of it. You never know. And anyway, 1.17, 4.6 clicks down, 9:21 for that guy. 1.5, 4.6 clicks down, 9:27. This one is from 924.9, 4.8 kilometers down. Just sampling some of these. 4.7, 4.9 kilometers down, 11 a.m. 0.17, 4.7 kilometers down at 10:03. What about this up here? 7.71, 4.8 kilometers down, 12 noon. This one slightly different, 0.54, 5.9 kilometers down, and 10:08. Mind you, that's a little further away from where the swarm is, but that's all about the same depth. So that 4.6 to about well, almost 5, I guess, is the range or a depth of most of these quakes. So is there something moving down there as far as an actual magma chamber having some issues? Who knows? Judy M is here. Welcome, and glad to have you on board. Anyway, let's leave those ones be. There's lots there to look at, so we'll take a look at our next area here. This is, of course, Erupción, and that goes out into the water a little bit as well. Just see a few quakes in there, and of course that's right adjacent to it. And when we zoom in here, of course, this on the other side, that is where Geldingadar is, and that is our wonderful valley there, and that is Ragnar. This would be a very deep lava field, and of course you go down in this direction, you'd be in what is it, Not Hagi, and this other side here, that's Not Creaky. So it gives you a little bit of an idea of where you are. Anyway, that's Ragnar, Siggy Fisher here, and up here, this one would be our Rebbe, and that is our latest eruption. So this one, a 0.28, or yeah, 6.9 clicks down, a 448 this morning. At 6:57, we had a 0.25, 6.7 kilometers down. Up here, close to the event, we had a 0.45. 6.6 clicks down from 3:53. We had from 8:04 a.m. a 0.49, 7.1 kilometers down. 3.6, 8.7 kilometers down from 8:08. And then underneath the K-layer, we had a 2.8 clicks down from 18:56. Next one is from 2015, a 0.3 and 2 kilometers down underneath our wonderful K-layer. So not sure what's going on over there. Let's carry on, take a look at 0.2 here, top end of the lake, 5.2 kilometers down. 4:12 is the time on that one. A couple quakes here, 0.29. 4.7 kilometers down, 4:16 a.m. and a 1.44 from 5.3 kilometers down, 1500 was the time on that one. Moving over a little guy, 0.3 and 2.1 kilometers down, 21:14. Nothing swarming up here anymore. We do have one quake, a 1.24, 4.8 kilometers down. 6:42 is the time on that. Here's a Hekla, and we've got a little bit more activity in the area. A 0.4, 7.6 kilometers down, and that is from 18:04. There's 1.09 from 8.8 kilometers down, 29 minutes after midnight. A 0.96 from 6.9 kilometers down. And that is from 4:54 this morning. The other one is from 2:11 a.m., a 0.38. and almost a surface quake, 135 meters down. And that would be, well, I don't know if that is on top, but it looks like you got two peaks here and kind of a dip in between. I don't know. Interesting. So hopefully that's nothing too crazy going on there. Let's go and take a look in the Katla area real quick. And that is over here. So the one on the edge, 1.2, 5.4 kilometers down, 1541. And getting closer to the actual caldera, what is it? Sorry, 1.84 at 3.6 kilometers down at 2:46 a.m. Then on 0.99, 135 meters down, surface quake, 55 minutes after 1400. So likely some ice movement. This one would be from 1:10 a.m. a 0.42, also 135 meters down, likely ice movement, and that's what I would say. Let's go up here a little bit. We got a 1.54, 1.5 kilometers down, 7:15 a.m. For that guy. There's Grimsvatn, and we have a few around it today, 7.6 kilometers down from 7:48. And we have a 0.89, 6.5 kilometers down, 7:48. And this one is from 1300, a 1.19, 7.5 kilometers down for that guy. This one is a 0.7, 1.1 kilometers down, and that's at 2335. That's their latest quake there. This, of course, is Bardabunga, and always some rumbles going on there. 2.29 and 2.1 kilometer, just about 2.2 clicks down at 2:11 a.m. So there you go. We got that guy earlier. Let's look at what's happening here at Askia. 3 quakes, 0.2, 6.9 kilometers down, 7:49 for that guy. Next one, a 1.24, 6.4 kilometers down, 8 a.m. for him, and a 0.5, 5.2 kilometers down for 1927. So that's what we got there. Nothing at Herdebreit. Going up into the other area here. 0.3, 3 kilometers down, 1438. And let's go over on this side and we'll work our way to the right. 1733.9, 6.2 kilometers down. Next from 8:50 a.m. a 0.84, 10 kilometers down. And from 1209, a 1.47 at 10 kilometers down for that guy. And from 1510 we had a 0.38, 10 kilometers down for that as well. Next one we had a 0.59 from 431, and that was 4.9 kilometers down. At 2:10 a.m. a 0.78, 4.4 kilometers down. And at 10:38 we had a 1.19, 4.5 kilometers down as well. Now looking at the ones a little closer to Grimsey. There's our wonderful Grimsey, the northernmost inhabited point of Iceland. It's pretty cool. Anyway, let's go take a look at some of these. 18 minutes after midnight, a 1.39, a 10.8 clicks down for him. Let's zoom on these a little bit. 0.65, 10 kilometers down, 507. Next one was from 4:54 a.m. a 0.73, 10 kilometers down, and a 1.26, 10 kilometers down from 12:24. That leaves one quake, and that is a 1.4, 14.1 kilometers down, and that is from 2047. And that's it for your quakes for Iceland for today. All 85 of them are pretty close, and it is nice to see that it's still moving, but we're not seeing rumbles in the right places. We want to see more stuff happening here, and here, and down here. I want to see it here. Move that over here. I'll be happy. All right. Having said that, let's leave it there, and we'll see what else we can find with some of the other wonderful volcanoes around the world. Usually, well, since I am on this page, usually I don't just pop over to do other things. I kind of follow a sequence, but I do have this volcano report on Sangay, and I wanted to share that one. So Sangay, volcano, Ecuador, emissions of ash and lava flow continue, and there's a nice shot of what they're seeing there, and neat to see it above the cloud line. Snow up there as well. Pretty awesome. Anyway, it says the effusive explosive eruption of the volcano continues and remains essentially unchanged. The lava continues to emerge onto the southeast flank ravine, keep the flow active, and a slow advance about 100 meters distance from the summit. So, yep, it's moving. All right, near frequent volcanic eruptions continue to produce ash columns, releasing a pyroclastic material to approximately 20,000 to 23,000 feet, or 6.1 to 7 kilometers elevation in the western southwestern direction. Most of the ejected hot, juvenile, and glowing material slides down along the southeastern flank in the form of incandescent avalanches. Yeah, you don't want to be in the way. Anyway, they get into thermal anomalies and stuff like that. I don't want to bother with that. And lahars, they mention them. That could happen there as well. And that's it for that one. So I figured we'd get that guy out of the way real quick. And that is good for that. And let's pop over to our next place of joy and fun, and that might be Mexico. I think it could be. Let's see if I can get on there and find where Mexico is. There, I know, it's to the south. And there we go. A Popocatépetl in its glory, doing its thing, puffing away. And if we go back, I mean, we see how cloudy it is there. They've had some bad weather today, and I didn't see too much of it this morning either. So yeah, it's pretty much non-existent as far as visibility. We did see it there, and of course the cloud mass keeps on moving in. So hard to tell what it's doing and what it has done, because of the cloud. Anyway, we'll leave Popocatépetl there. It's, of course, 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City, and a part of the wonderful plateau. And we'll leave it be. Let's pop over to our next one. I'm going to make this one smaller. Next one, of course, not live. Let's refresh that, see if we do. Yep, we do have a live stream. We may not have anything to look at, but we have a live stream. A stream of clouds, and it's always nice to have clouds. Hang on, I seen something. I spotted it. There it is. There's your only look at it. Quick, grasp it. It looks like it might be erupting, but I have no clue, to be honest, since there's so much cloud there. It's impossible. Earlier it did show itself, though. There it is at 11:40 a.m. Again, hard to tell if it's actually throwing something out, or it does look like it might be gassing off some material. And we did see that it did continue to do its little eruptive stuff earlier. So that was nice to see. It's been busy that way. I think it may have slowed down a little bit, but it's still producing quite a bit of ash and everything else coming down. It seems it likes to go in cycles, so sometimes it wants to run, and sometimes it just wants to have the occasional here you go, and that's it. Anyway, let's leave Fuego be, and that is of course Fuego in Guatemala, not too far away from Santiaguito, and that is what it is doing today. So let's leave it there. Gonna put that one back on live, and you won't see much other than Volcano Gray. You have 2 minutes until Pepsi time, or you will self-destruct. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. Oh, anyway, that was yesterday's picture of a Messiah. It should refresh any second now. And I'm waiting. Okay, it may not refresh. Okay, never mind, Messiah Volcano. We'll come back to it. There's our latest shot of the jungle from 1757. And, yep, King Kong is hiding in there somewhere. He will be out shortly. Just keep watching. I have no idea. All right, your caldera is, it's refreshing. It's loading. It didn't like my mouse or my hamster. It tickled it. Okay, here's the Messiah volcano. Messiah's glowing pretty nice. That was actually worthwhile. So we do see that. That's pretty cool and awesome. Let's see, did they put the other one back on? Nope. Real quick, a peek at these guys here in South America. And of course, this is Lascar. And again, Lascar is still not seeing too much action. There's some smoke coming off of it, but not a heck of a lot. So we're okay with that. Let's leave him there. Go back, and we don't see a heck of a lot on the Laguna del Mole, and I don't believe we see much here other than some cloud patterns changing shape and the occasional glow in here. So we do have a glow within that volcano, and there you go, you see it again. Well, I'll leave it be. All right, so back to this guy. Make sure I did close them all off. Yep. And it is a break time, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll get you back on that wonderful canned lava. It is enjoyable. That, of course, from day 12, and that was at 8:59 a.m. archive video. All right, I'm going to go take a break. For all those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. That would be really, really awesome. Also, if you can subscribe, if you haven't done that yet, consider doing that. Great, she is on the right side, on the right side of the grass. Kathy said Teresa Cook was in Two Pineapples channel this morning. Yes, it is confusing, but Teresa Cook is a common name, and that, okay, I'd be confused. Yeah, it's a little bit confusing. I don't know what the real truth is there. We'll see if Teresa is alive. I'm sure she will show up here. Okay. Anyway, we hope that everything is well. Anyway, I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes, guys. Here comes some wonderful music, and then we'll have some bacon seeds. I hope. I'll be back. Thanks. Hello, the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars and Kevin. And what's all these whirlwindy acrobatics going on here? Holy macaroni. Anyway, it's going to be funny. I'm going to see what happens. A guy started mowing the lawn out in Bunnyland, and he must have ran out of gas or something because he left, and of course left the gate open. Anyway, the bunny came in, and the bunny is now eating, and the lawn is half mowed. So I'm going to see what happens with the bunny. Freaks out here when he comes back to mow the rest of it. Anyway, thanks again for the welcome backs, everyone. We have been practicing, Doc. Oh, seniors exercises. Oh, just go easy there, Sue. You don't bend like a 20-year-old anymore. Something like that. Or hang on, is that a 10-year-old? I don't know. They move. They're more flexible, I think. Yeah, don't make yourself dizzy, Sue. Yeah. Oh boy, you don't want to do that. Hey, Mars, to stop yourself from getting dizzy, close your eyes. Because it is dizziness is actually a perspective of visual concept. So you close your eyes, the dizziness will stop very quickly. Just make sure you're secure and you're not driving. Wow, that is important. Pull over if you feel dizzy. Anyway, let's leave that be, and let's go. We can leave that cantilever run there, I guess. Yeah, we'll let that run. Going over to the bacon seeds, and there we go. That was the last one from yesterday, and of course that was the hogwash races or something. I have no idea. The striped one must be the referee, huh? Looks like a pool party to me. Anyway, pretty awesome. And that was what Piggy had sent, so that is great. And our wonderful Piggy had to deal with not only sending in more bacon seeds, but she had to take her poor Marmaduke to the vet and get things repaired. And unfortunately, Marmaduke had a piece of his tail amputated because of whatever catastrophe he got into. He went out for a couple days, and that's how he came back. So she had to take him, or have him taken to the vet and taken care of with a partial amputation of that tail. So he's got a tail still, about half of it, that kind of thing, but still it's sad when that happens. Anyway, let's go here, and this is our first new bacon seed of the day. I think we might have seen that one before, but I still like that. That's a little one saying, "Hi, I see you're home, and let's go play." And here's our next one, playing a little bit of peekaboo at bedtime, having a nice snooze. That's the way it should be, smiling and snoozing, and all good. Next one is this smiley one. I don't know. You're snuffling something. It's either that or you're going to open your big mouth and chomp on something. I got a smirk on there, and that I don't know about. Anyway, cute stuff. Next one is this little bacon seed. And, yep, I'm going for a car ride. And look how small that is. Oh my God, it's just a tiny, tiny guy. And, wow. All right, so I like that. Next one is this one. Uh-oh. Don't let anyone stick the tongue out at you. That one just did. So, here's the next one. Another one sticking its tongue out. Maybe it's sticking its tongue out at David. Welcome, David. And let's see what our next bacon seed is. This one. Okay, and that looks shiny. Nice looking little guy. Almost looks plastic. Interesting appearance. Is that even real? I have to wonder now. That does look like it's either very well groomed or it's maybe a statuette or something. Interesting. We'll see what our next ones are. Well, that one I think is real. Definitely has a different look about it. Hogwash and wax. That's probably it, Henry, on that last one. They must have done a good job on the wax. Got it all in the right places. Anyway, this one looks like it's getting ready for bed. Got the teddy bear in the background there. And doing all well. So a nice little smile on its face too. Moving on, and here's the next little guy looking at you. And he looks a little bit bigger than a little guy, or maybe a little older. But definitely looking at you indoors and enjoying that. His trotters need some cleaning, and he needs a trotter, what do they call it? Trotter manicure? Or something like that. Trotter cure? I have no idea. Anyway, Piggy isn't here to tell us, so that's okay. Anyway, we got one more bacon seed for today. And that is this one, trotter cure. Okay. This one here, and that is a spotted little guy. He's got a smirky smile on his face, and he looks adorable. So now that's it for our wonderful bacon seeds for today. A big thank you to Piggy for sending those in. That is awesome, and appreciate that. Piggy, thank you. Do really appreciate it. It looks like he snout bopped something a little too hard with that wrinkly nose. Yep, possibly. Mars, I heard they don't have very good brakes. Anyway, that's one of the reasons it looks the way it does. Oh boy, that is bad. All right, drink a Pepsi and then we'll carry on. There we go. All right. So, yeah, we had a look over at Popocatépetl and so Central America as well as South America. We'll get to the next one. What? Sophie, everything is off a pole shift. Everything is off on the pole shift? Huh? The poles aren't shifting again, are they? I hate when that happens. Let's get it over to Merapi and see if Merapi made us happy overnight. We'll back up. Of course, it's 7:15 a.m. there right now. And we're backing the camera view up 3.5 hours. And unfortunately they have the wrong cameras displaying, but there's a little bit of a lava coming down on the color cam down on the bottom left, and of course the IR cam up in the top left. So that is the view right there. Interesting, but not giving us what we really want to see. For what we see up here, that seems to be an awful lot of brightness for this little bit, and then you can see a few of these marbles rolling down. So maybe that IR is cranked up a little high. Let's carry on here though, and see, this was another one, and let's see if we can back that up a little bit. We can definitely see the moonlight was actually helping a little bit. If we go back a little bit more here, you can definitely see it on that drop once it came out of this area. And that is interesting because, oh no, actually that is the right area. Usually it comes out a little bit more. No, that is the right area. It's because it's all lit up. It looks different. Pretty cool though, watching it. Yeah, this is the other side. So yeah, this is that canyon. It actually looks like it is starting to turn back into a canyon, and I'm wondering if it's starting to wear itself out again, because we can see in here during the moonlight, you can see that it's got a little bit of a rise there. So I don't know, maybe we are seeing the start of it doing its thing again. We might be able to see the big quake on this stream. We did look at the big quake right at the beginning of the show there, Kathy. We were looking at it earlier, the 7.1 that happened down in, where the heck was it? Is it Indonesia? Yeah, near Bali. Very close to Bali, in the Bali Sea, as they call it. And that was a tremendous quake. Anyway, this is what we were seeing at Merapi there. And of course, earlier it was a very poor visibility. They had the cameras flipped around a little bit there, so color back onto where it normally is. And of course, prior to that, cloudy for the most part till we get back to 1943 in the earlier portions of the previous day for them, today for us, 28th at 1947, or 43 I should say. Anyway, that's what they had going on there, so really didn't give us too much excitement here. Not as much lava coming out as we normally see. Are we seeing an earthquake? Oh my God, something's happening there. Path 1, Park Lane. Oh, everybody hit the dirt. It's an earthquake. I have no idea why the camera's shaking. It's cold, it's shivering. The camera is shivering. Did the earthquake shake Semeru or Merapi's cameras? I don't believe so. I didn't see anyone saying anything about it. Didn't notice anything. 7.1 would have been felt and on Java, I'm sure. Let's do there. There's your Merapi. That's a beautiful picture. No, sorry, not Merapi. Ruapehu. Sorry, New Zealand. Ruapehu. Was thinking about Merapi shaking, and yep, that is a nice shot. Anyway, let's leave that guy be. We'll go over to our next one. We're going to make this one smaller, and we'll go to see what Taupo Lake looks like today. And of course, there is our wonderful caldera for Taupo. The volcano is the entirety of the lake. And off in the back, you see the white, wonderful, snowy mound back there. That is Mount Ruapehu showing up and showing off today for a change, now that we can see it without cloud. So that is awesome. That gives you a very good perspective on how big it is. And that is pretty awesome. So if that were to erupt, yeah, that would give you a little bit of an interesting time. But you see how big that is. Now take a look at the size of the lake. That's how big Taupo is. So that is much, much larger. Anyway, looks like a windy day. They put our flags back. Yay! And of course, we can tell what the wind is doing now. So awesome. I'm not sure what's going on here. The guy's getting ready to put flea market signs up. Who knows? Maybe they're just cleaning up, or they're having some discussions over there. I have no idea what's going on. Anyway, for right now, we'll make that a little bit smaller, and we'll go put it back on Merapi. And I'm going to pop this back over to the map, quite mass. And let's see, where am I? I'm trying to see where my mouse, my hamster, there we go. To find them. Anyway, looking at where we are here, so there's Indonesia, and then of course you've got the Philippines and Taiwan and Japan here. And this is where it's happened. So there's the island of Bali, and of course that is the eastern end of Java. And so if you're going to check on cameras, take a look at the ones on Semeru for sure. That would have definitely shaken. Anyway, that is the 7.1. And it says 181 kilometers north-northeast of Gili Air, wherever that is. But anyway, that is kind of what we're seeing. And there is Bali. That's the island of Bali. Pretty a nice place. And of course, over on the other side here, this is the resort side where everybody has a tendency to go. Anyway, looking at where that quake is, it's closer to some of these other islands, and I hope they are not inhabited. It does look like there are people living here. You can see a road along here, so I'm sure they would have felt big time issues here in this area. Is there somebody living on this one? Oh yeah, there's houses over here as well. So these are, you know, likely they would have felt that. Looks like somebody had a fire here too. I hope that is all stopped. And of course, with quakes, you could get more fires. Anyway, that is a fairly large one, 7.1. Just wanted to make sure everybody understood where it was. Some of these other islands around it as well could be in trouble. I don't know what, you know, most of these are inhabited, so I have no idea. I don't know about these little ones here. I don't think. Well, there might be a hut or something on that one. What about this one over here? No, I'm not seeing it. But we do have enough space. A guy could be spending a little bit of time on one if they had to. This one looks like it's all agriculture. Oh, look at that, all chopped up. And the people are definitely living there. So that is not very far away from the epicenter here. So same thing with, really in this whole region, we would have seen that whole region shaking. So that's quite a bit of land that would have been rumbling. And I don't know if anyone wants to check. That's okay. If you can see that on the cameras. Was 513 kilometers deep. Yep. So there might not be much shaking at the surface. Yeah, it could be when it's that far down. It may be a little less shaking, but it's always interesting. Some will and some won't, and it depends on the material, Sue. It depends on what's on top of it, from the epicenter on up, and whatever the material is that vibration is breaking through or breaking apart. So that's always interesting to see that. Anyway, where were we? Okay, we were looking at stuff. Let's go look at Semeru. Speaking of that, Semeru, visible today. Had a little puff from our wonderful volcano, and if we go back in time, it was not so visible, and that was earlier today. And during the night, unfortunately, still not very visible. So a very poor kind of photo opportunities. The weather just not holding right for those guys there at Semeru for Eastern Java. And that is going back all the way to 2036. And you know, you can see there's clouds up there, but the haze is so bad, there's no way you can make out what it is. But that is it for there. And you can see a little bit of a puff that had come out, looking not bad. Let's make that a little bit smaller. And what was, hang on, what was the time on that quake? I'm just kind of curious here. We get on that one. Okay, that was at 13:55 UTC. Is 6 hours less. So I don't know what that would be there. So that would be 7:55 UTC. I don't know what time that makes it there in Indonesia. Somebody figure that out. 7:55. Okay. Hey, Reborn. Good afternoon. It's actually evening here, but thank you, and glad that you're on board. Okay. Anyway, yeah. If somebody wants to go check and see, let me just pop that back over here. If we want to go take a look, I mean, that is what we've got going on there. So I don't know if you want to figure that out in a Philippine time, maybe, or sorry, Indonesian time. That would be good. Anyway, there we go. Let's pop that back over to here. And we wanted to carry on to our next one, and that is Mayon. And I don't know if he was alive with Mayon or not. Let's see if he's got anything new. Nope, we don't have anything new. Their weather conditions are just as poor as what they get there in Semeru at times. So it is what it is. Let's see. Well, we can't really do Japan. Let's see if we have anything coming from our. I'm going to see if it's going to work here. No, still nothing from our Stromboli cam, and Mount Etna is not doing a heck of a lot, and they're looking at strange things again. So I will leave it be. It is a break time, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to put you back on the canned lava for right now, and we'll get that moving. There we go. I had to push the on button. Anyway, that is moving along, and for those good people who are still here, if you have not yet hit that like button, but you're enjoying the show, please give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. It's 2:55 a.m. The next day, Doc. Okay, at 2:55 a.m. All right, so if somebody wants to go back to 2:55 a.m. on the cameras there and see if it was shaken. Let me see if I can find that. 2:40. I'm checking, and we're going to see if we can find it here. If there was any noticeable quake. The bugs might have moved. No. Okay, need to go back another 5 minutes. Okay, 2:53. Okay, I watched it now, so Well, let's take a look here for a second. We'll make that bigger, you guys. There we go. And we'll see if somewhere around 255 or 256 we see a little bit of a shake. If that is the right time era. And that would be, yeah, on the 29th, their time. So, let's see. Well, it should be any second. We'll take a look and see what happens. If there is any noticeable rumble. Of course, we are at 254 or 42. So, we'll see how close in time it is. Of course, that wave takes a little bit. The waves that are coming out, they will take a little bit to get there. So they may be a few seconds, or maybe even up to tens of seconds or 20s of seconds later than the other originating place, depending on the strength. Lots of bugs flying around there, though. Okay, I'm not seeing any camera shake yet. Okay, very, very hard to tell if there's any movement in that at all. And we're already coming up on the 1 minute mark. Mind you, clocks could slightly have slight differences, but that's what we're seeing here. I haven't seen anything shake as of yet. So a very interesting little experiment just to see if we do see any shaking or a movement. And what I'm using as kind of a guide is the path, and of course the tree line on the left hand side, to see if any of that has moved. My time conversion was a Jakarta time. Well, it could have been. I don't know how many time zones do they have there. Semeru's on the other side of Java. Is Java all one time zone? That is the question. And so, anyway, I'm gonna go take a break, and I'll leave this on for a few seconds on my other screen here, but we'll put this back on canned lava for right now, because watching those bugs fly by is kind of buggy. We don't see it shaking. We've given it 2 minutes here, and those waves should have propagated through by that time if we are on the right spot here. So anyway, let's leave it there. I'm going to keep watching it on the other one. Here comes your lava, and let's see if we can get that moving again. And there's the on button. There we go. So lava is moving, and all cool. I'm going to go take a break. For those who are here, please hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Here's some music. I'll be back. the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. All right, the answer is, okay, well, the question was, 13:55 UTC is what time in East Java, Indonesia? And Google responds with 8:55 p.m. Tuesday in East Java, Indonesia. So 8:55 is when that quake was going to take place, or did take place, or will take place in our future. Anyway, it's a time warp. Thank you for the welcome backs, Sue and Kevin Haynes. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. And thanks, Ken and Askus Country and Mars 2028. And Mona Alfano, thank you. And hi to Oh Mummy of Hamsters. And awesome to see you. And let's see, who else we got in here? Stop that, LOL, what? My brain hurt so much after all that, it was hard. A doc, okay. What did I stop? I shouldn't have done the brain hurt. Anyway, Google is always right? Yeah. 8:55 p.m. And that's what you got to look for on that clock if you're going back for it. You can still see that. I didn't see any shaking going on, so we're not even going to bother. But anyway, it is a time for me to read that wonderful volcano report. And we don't have that many on here, but we do have some. So I was 12 hours out. Oh no, C&D boy, that is a whole bunch. Late Sunday's volcanic activity, 5 volcanoes. First one on the list is Dukono, Halmahera Island, Indonesia. Continuous volcanic ash to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 17:15. Mars, what are you saying? Dr. Fox, the earthquake was in Bali, so it would be an hour ahead of the Java time. The seismic wave didn't care about time zones. I know seismic waves don't, but okay, Bali, we wanted to find out what the time was in at Semeru. We wanted to see if the camera was shaking. That is the time that we had. So if there's an hour difference, then you're really confusing me. We are going to the time that the quake happened, right? That was at whatever it was, 13:55 UTC, according to what it is there. And hopefully that is right. Anyway, I have no idea. Anyway, I'm going to keep going with this. Volcano report. Dukono, continuous volcanic ash to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 7:15 a.m. As Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 23,000 feet, 7,000 meters, reported at 19:30. Mayon, Luzon Island in the Philippines, eruption, volcanic ash cloud, unknown height, reported at 20:30. Popocatépetl, Central Mexico, a constant volcanic ash observed to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters, reported at 2100. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, volcanic ash emissions observed to 23,000 feet, 7,000 meters, happened at 2200. And that's it for yesterday's volcanoes. Today has 8 on the list. And we already had that one report from Sangay, so it's likely in there. Let's see. Ubinas in Peru, sporadic emissions to 21,000 feet or 6,100 meters, reported at midnight and 6 a.m. Same height, same thing, same sporadic emissions. There we go. It's like a rerun. Reventador in Ecuador, volcanic ash not observed, reported at 1:15 a.m. and a volcanic ash observed, reported at 8 a.m. Oh, that's a tough work. Yep, I see it. No, I don't. Sangay in Ecuador, possible volcanic ash emissions to 23,000 feet, 7,000 meters, reported at 1:45 a.m. Separate email report from 2:42 a.m. And volcanic ash not visible reported at 7:45 a.m. Popocatépetl, Central Mexico, constant emissions reported at 3 a.m. Volcanic ash not seen in the satellite reported at 1300. It was too darn cloudy, that's why. Mayon, Luzon Island in the Philippines, eruption, volcanic ash cloud, unknown height, reported at 4:15 a.m. And Fuego in Guatemala, frequent emissions, reported at 4:15 a.m. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, volcanic ash observed to 19,000 feet, 5,800 meters, reported at 5 a.m. Vona reports volcanic ash reported at 16:30. And last one to wrap it up is Sabancaya in Peru. Continuous ash emissions to 23,000 feet, 7,000 meters at 7:30 this morning. Yay! All right. Inventory. All money of hamsters. If we all come down there and buy one item, we can make it a lot less for you to have to count, right? Nah, you'd have to be standing at the till selling it all. That's even worse. Anyway, that is our wonderful volcano report for today. Thank you, Sue, for sending that in as usual. That is awesome, and appreciate that. And anyway, pretty cool. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up, please. Thank you, Susie. And all good. Yeah, it's too complicated. My head hurts. I can't do time. It's very, very complicated. Got to go and finish my pies. Ooh, what are you making, Judy? Are they any good? Thank you, DrFox2000 and mods. Good night, all, and good night, Kevin Haynes. You take care of yourself. Anyway, that was our volcano report. Let's see if we can squeeze in a very quick earthquake report of what's happening around the world. We already did a couple here, so let's take a look and see what's happening elsewhere. Anyway, really quickly, looking at the Kamchatka Peninsula, not much there. Going through the Aleutian Islands towards Alaska, don't see much till we get to the edge of the peninsula. At Sand Point, we see 4.6 from 1602 today, 57 kilometers down. And we see a bright one here is at Cantwell, Alaska, 3.4, very small, from 1834, 95.5 kilometers down. Sliding down the coastline, we don't see anything sizable till we get down here to the Baja, 3.7, and that is 6:40 this morning, 13.8 kilometers down. Next one down in southern Mexico is 4.9, and that is from 1632 at 58.5 kilometers down. Next one, Guatemala area, 4.3, 1618 is the time on that, 65.1 kilometers down. And this is almost Panama, or is it? It's Costa Rica. 11 minutes after midnight, they had a 4.2, 10 kilometers down. Sliding down a little bit more, Colombia had one here, a 4.3 from yesterday at 23:12, 142.2 kilometers down. Sliding down the coast a little bit more, we see this one in Peru, 4.3 from 8:09 a.m., 101.7 kilometers down. Now we got two stacked up here. The bigger one is a 5.0 off the coast of Peru yesterday, 22:14. 35 kilometers down, and the smaller one was a 4.3 from 23:38, 31.2 kilometers down. So That's what we've got there. Sliding out a little bit. I don't see anything else till we get further down here. We got a 5.1 happen at 17:24, 64.4 kilometers down for that one. Nothing down in the South Sandwich Islands today. Sliding out and over. We didn't see anything else out in the Pacific here. So let's look at nothing on new in New Zealand. This one here in Fiji, just a little guy, 4.3 from 10:23 and 612.9 kilometers down. And then, of course, we've already gone over those. We do have these other ones out here, Timor-Leste area, and that is a 4.2 from 23:47 yesterday, 368.9 kilometers down. The other one is a 4.6. And that is from 23:23, and that is 447 kilometers down. We already went over these, so we're not going to reiterate. And this one here, 5.4 from 11:58, or 59, I should say, and that was from 43.2 clicks down. Let's zoom out a little bit, see if there's anything else. Nothing hiding there. Getting over here past Taiwan into the Japanese islands, 4.6 from 11:57, 141.3 kilometers down. Keeping going, nothing in Japan till you get just past Tokyo here. Out in the water, 4.8, 3:08 a.m., 15 kilometers down for that guy. And nothing else, as we mentioned earlier there, for the Kamchatka Peninsula. I don't see anything down here in the southern portions, nothing new in the southern portions of Africa either. Looks like Afghanistan had one here, 4.8. Yesterday's 22:35, 200.5 kilometers down. And of course, we had another one over here in Crete area. That's again actually pretty close to Piggy, and that is a 4.5. And that is from 16:10, 26.2 kilometers down. That's still quite a ways away from Kos. If she didn't feel too much of this one, she would have felt less of this one. So that is still quite a distance. Hey, it's Kimmy Lambert. Welcome, Kimmy. Good to have you on board. Yvonne Kunkel is here too. Welcome, Yvonne, and good to see you. And hope everybody is okay. That is awesome. Anyway, that gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on there. And that looks like it's just kind of being pushed up a little bit. These islands are probably seeing some elevation from what I see there. Zooming back out, looking at the rest of the areas, we don't see anything hiding up in the northern portions or the southern portions. Let's zoom into Hawaii real quick and just take a quick look here what we got. And what we're going to do is we'll go for a break, and after the break we'll come back and we'll do the earthquakes that have happened there in Hawaii, and we'll see what we got. So in the meantime, I'll throw you back over into the lava. I'll put the lava back on. No sacrifices today, and not allowed. All right, there is your lovely lava waiting for the hurricane to get here. Kimmy, I hope you're ready for it. I'll batten down the hatches. Anyway, we don't get that kind of stuff happening here, unfortunately, or fortunately, I think. Anyway, don't go anywhere. Gonna go do my thing. I will be back in a few minutes. If you haven't yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Help us out. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed, consider subscribing. And hey, Yvonne, any news? What's happening in Iceland, under the Reykjanes Peninsula? I know you have all the info. Here's the music. I'll be back. Thanks. there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And let's see. Thank you for the welcome backs from Cananaska's country and Oh Mummy of Hamsters saying welcome back, Uncle Doc. And thank you, Yvonne Kunkel, for the welcome back. And Yvonne, I thought you got a new phone. I guess you must still be struggling with the old one. And Kimmy Lambert saying welcome back. And of course, Sharon Stewart with her melodious I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Oh, there we go. And Mona Alfano also here. And all good. Okay, Yvonne is grinning. Yep, that's the new phone that's messing up. Oh boy. Anyway, cool. What? And that sounds like a good week. Mona Alfano. Okay, thanks, Mars 2028. Anyway, yeah, I was kind of watching the screen here. Well, you know, looking at it, getting hypnotized as usual. Looking deep into the caldera and watching the lava overflow on the southern end there. So pouring into the lava tube as well as onto the, I guess we call it high ground, if you will. Pretty cool. Star Wars for the win. Boy, Star Wars. As long as I can. Okay. She's having trouble now. That's a crater. Yep, that's a crater. I hope that is not a crater that is happening on your phone right now. And thanks there, C&D boy. Good to have you. And let's see. Anyway, yeah, where was we? We were going to go look at the rest of Hawaii's earthquakes. I'm going to pause this lovely lava so we don't miss any of it. And when we get back, we can turn that back on. Let's find the right map to get onto. And there we go. I got the map. Now I'll switch the scene, and there we go. All right, the big island of Hawaii is right there with all the dots. There's Oahu, and that is Maui over here. And of course, the big island. So let's zoom in here and see what we've got cooking. We'll do the Pahala area first. Not very many quakes there. They are between 26 and 37 kilometers down, so we won't bother mentioning that. Let's go with just sizes, and we'll start out with that 1.8 from 1839. Oh, speaking of Hawaii, Yvonne is going to bed. Okay, good night, Yvonne. Have a great day/night, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the show. See you later. Okay, Yvonne, you get some sleep there, and all the best. My calculations of time were off. Remember, I kept saying 3 hours difference. Well, in the summertime, it's 4 hours difference. Darn it. Somebody had written me an email, and I didn't even realize it, and totally forgot. Hawaii does not switch time. They are always there. So I stand corrected. All right. I have made a boo-boo, and we want to make sure that we let everybody know. So wintertime, 3 hours, summertime, 4 hours difference between us and Hawaii. So this one from their time would have been 1839, would have been 1439 over there. So just so we have it right. Anyway, I'll let you do the calculations. My head's still spinning from trying to get the stuff worked out there for Java. Anyway, let's leave that one there. That's a 1.8. Next one over to the east, northeast, I guess. 1.9 from 25 minutes after midnight. Take off 4 hours, eh? 1.8, 7:22 was the time on that one. 32 clicks down. All right, pretty normal. This one here, 1.8. 12:02 was the time listed there for us, and 2.3 from 17:13. And then we get over right close to Pahala. There's the town itself, and there we go, 1.9, and that was from 1806, and pretty normal depths for those, nothing really crazy. We'll pick up a couple stranglers here first. This one down on the bottom, 0.5, 11:15, 2.1 clicks and below sea level. We'll grab these other ones up on the hill, and that's a 2.6 from 14:51 and 8.9 kilometers down. Another one is a 1.2 from 5 a.m. and that happened at 4.7 kilometers below sea level. So now we'll zoom in a little bit on the rest of this mess, and yep, it definitely looks like we are continuing to see quakes just about on the same range all the time here. So obviously whatever's happening is underneath this entire area, and these are reasonable quakes, and they seem to be happening quite a bit in this region. So that seems to be the densest part. Looking at some of these, we're not going to go through all of them, but 1.7 here from 1849, 1.8 kilometers down. This one 1.8 from 2205, 1.7 clicks down. This one 1.8 from 2042, 2.1 clicks down. This one 1.3, 225, and that was 2.3 kilometers down. So it gives you a little bit of an idea what we got happening there. 1.6 clicks down for that guy, and that's a 1.9 from 1459. Moving along a little bit, a 1.8 there from 53 minutes after midnight. 700 meters down, so a little shallower. What about this guy? He's 1.7 clicks down from 2:21 a.m. a 0.5. Let's grab the newest one in here, 1.2, 1854, and that is 900 meters down, so a little bit shallower. Let's see what the other ones beside him are. 2.1 and 651. 1.1 kilometer down for him. This one is a 2.2 from yesterday at 22:59, 1.2 clicks down. This one is a 0.5, 1.4 kilometers down, and that is from 2:55 a.m. This guy out here, 1.8 from 12:10, 900 meters down. And let's grab that, 1.9, 47 minutes after midnight, 900 meters down. And next one, 1.8 from 11:15, 1.1 kilometers down. And you got to remember, these are still below sea level, so they still have another kilometer or 1.2, 1.3 of a kilometer to come up to get to the top of the surface there. So long ways to go if there is magma pushing up. This one from 2256 yesterday, and that's a 1.1 kilometers down as well. This one is a 1.9, 27 minutes after midnight, 1.7 clicks below sea level. This one 1.7, and that is what is it? 4:26 a.m. 700 meters down, so a little shallower. This one back to 1.3 kilometers down, 2005 yesterday. This one right on the edge of the caldera, 1.3 kilometers down from 2:31 a.m. a 0.5. So it gives you a pretty good cross section of what's going on there. Some spots are starting to show a little shallower values. The 900-meter mark seems to be, I don't know, fairly much in there. We'll see what happens by tomorrow. I think, if we see it moving to 800, 700 meters, that'll tell us that we've got magma intrusion heading upward, and that we can expect something. But till that happens, it's one of those things. What do you do, right? So you wait, and that is what we've got going on. It's the waiting game. And of course, the volcanoes like to play those games with us. That's good for there. Let's see where else we can take you for the time being. We haven't gone to Japan yet. And, what is wrong with that? And that is not Japan. There's Japan. And the ice cream boat is in, so let's take a quick look at that. You can see ice cream boat, you can see a Sakurajima volcano, and of course you see portions of the local communities there. Anyway, looks not bad. And I don't know if that is a part of the city there or not. Anyway, other shot, Sakurajima closer up. We do see it off-gassing, steaming quite badly. If we go back in time, let's see what we got. This is a couple of hours ago, 2 hours ago, something like that. 2 hours, 20 minutes ago. And this is 4 hours and 40 minutes ago. So steaming, doing its thing. This is getting into nighttime. Nice stars out, and looks like a lenticular cloud, but it's not. It's just the steam coming off of there. And I'm not seeing any glow or anything, and I didn't hear about any eruptions. There's your stuff from earlier. I'm not seeing anything that would make me think this thing was erupting. So maybe I'll not seeing it all, but that is what we've got. So let's put it back on live. There we go. We can take a bit of a close-up view at the actual top of the crater, and looks pretty rough up there. I don't think I'd want to be traipsing around on that while that is in this state. That would not be very smart, I don't think. But anyway, that's what we got for there. Let's leave that one. We're going to make that smaller. Move on to the next shot. That one is buffering. Oh, and there it is. I did that. Oh, they want to put commercials on. We'll go to Asama first. Asama, of course, 100 kilometers to the west of Tokyo, slightly northwest. But Asama typically is visible when it's not so cloudy. There is some cloud in there. This is a nighttime shot, obviously, and we do see the clouds and the moonlight trying to help illuminate things. That is Asama. Unfortunately, the top of it is covered. This was from 36 minutes after midnight. So that is what we see there. Don't know what it was doing. This is a little earlier, 14 p.m. Their time again. Covered up, so we can't really tell what's going on. I'm going to leave that one as an unknown for today. We'll see what happens in the SO2 map. And it looks like this picture is a lot sharper today for some reason. I don't know why. But that looks good. Let's back that up a little bit. We do see a little bit of off-gassing coming out of there, but I wanted to back this up before the majority of those clouds rolled in, and wow, and that is kind of freaky looking. Anyway, they've got a multitude of cameras peeking at it. That is interesting, and hopefully they'll keep things going. It wasn't steaming as much there, but let's go back a little bit more in time. This is almost 3 hours ago. that's what it was doing. So that is early morning dew burning off likely. And if we go back off a little bit further there, if Kimi is there, Kimi, there you go. That is a nice shot today. You might want to take a look at that. And here I'm going to drop the link just so you have it. And there you go. You can pop over there and take a look. And that's kind of a nice sunset, isn't it? Or sunrise, I should say. It actually does look pretty darn good. Oh, you want me to do what? Can you post a link? Please, I can't find that darn camera. Okay, sorry. No, I can't, Kimmy. I can't. Oh, you mean that link I already put there? Okay, never mind. That's all okay, Kimmy. Just figured you might like that. That's kind of a nice color. Even a little earlier there. Well, there's certain times when the colors change a bit. And even in some of them in the mornings, you can see the occasional green flash as the sun just gets above that horizon. So same thing as when it is setting. Just right after it sets, the tinge will go green in your sunset, and then it just lasts a second or so, and then it disappears. And the same thing does happen though on a nice sunrise. And if you ever watch a sunrise, you can actually see the green just as that sun starts to peak. It stops again, and it is an awesome thing. And it's just right that very second before the sun actually makes it over the object that you're seeing. So anyway, I was typing when you posted it. Oh, a typo. Okay. Anyway, looking pretty, and that is a nice. Enjoy it there, Kimmy. That is Aso, and Aso, of course, being in southern Japan. Aso, of course, is also a very large caldera. This is a small little vent within that caldera, and that is an ancient caldera. So anything could happen. There are towns in that caldera, so it is pretty wild. All right, good that you're recording, and I hope that you were able to find that by going back a little bit there. Should be awesome. All right, I'm going to make that one smaller, and I think we've got everything else covered. It is a time for me to actually go take a break. And let's see, as our ice cream boat is just leaving now. I hope you got your ice cream. The ice cream boat is leaving. Hurry back. Okay. And all good. So, let's see, yeah, that's a time for a break. I'm going to put you back on our canned lava and let you enjoy that in the meantime. And that was a nice flow coming out of there, so it was worthy of stopping there. Anyway, here's some music. After we come back from the break, we will have the SO2 report, and then we'll wrap the stream up. So thank you, everyone, and don't go away yet. More to come. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Hit the like button if you haven't hit it yet, and you can also hit that subscribe button if you haven't done that yet. Thanks, everyone. I'll be back. the microphone is back on. What? We are Hungarian. What? Shenanigans? Oh boy. You guys are up to something. What's going on? What's going on? All right. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Oh Mummy of Hamsters and thanks Mars 2028 in Kananaska's country. And I hear you, DrFox2000. Henanigans, Doc. Oh, there, I did it, okay, Sharon. Anyway. Thanks, Kimmy, and is Susie out of here? Okay, good night, Susie, if you're going. All right. I don't do shenanigans. I'm a very serious person. I don't do any of those. Shenanigans are bad. You don't want to do shenanigans. Let's see. What are we gonna do? We wanted to go to something that didn't work here. I ended up with an extra letter in front of Windy. It was an S and it said swindy.com. I don't think that'll work. Let's, I guess maybe that's a shenanigan. Somebody's putting extra S's in my stuff. Alright, let's stop that overflow cam. And there we go. Stopped it right in its tracks. Alright, over to the SO2 map, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as I get myself over there again. And, yeah, big change from yesterday. And we see the mass has moved quite a ways. And went all the way out to Greenland and Iceland and already over to Ireland and England. And wow, and that is a pretty big jump from where it was yesterday over most of Canada here, cutting through the middle, and wow, big move. Anyway, let's take a look. Kamchatka Peninsula first, and it looks like Shivelish up on the top, not doing quite as much. It's likely Klyashevskoy working away here. And we have other volcanoes there too. So Karimsky could be at fault for this, but I don't know exactly what's going on there. And of course Ibico making this plume here. That's all kind of circulating, getting around here. And we see separate plumes coming from this area, likely Shisheldon, and I'm not sure which one is off-gassing over here. That might be one of the other volcanoes. Well, it looks like it's coming from this area right there. I'm going to have to check because I'm not sure which one that is. Hey, Mars, maybe you know. You might. What is that location right there? I'm just curious. What that one is. Is that Pavlov, or is that Pavlov a little further over here? I'm not sure which one that is, but I'm just curious because of where the venting is happening. That is right before that dip thing here, so that's a likely Pavlov, or what was the other one up there? Started with an A, I can't remember. Veniaminoff. Okay, is that the one right there? That's interesting, Sue, because that is definitely a plume, and you know, it doesn't get there by itself. There has to be something causing it. So interesting. Anyway, looking at the other stuff here, as we see British Columbia starting to lighten up a little bit again, but we are still seeing quite a bit of that material all the way down here in Montana, as well as Alberta, top end of British Columbia, of course, getting up into the Yukon and Northwest Territories. Saskatchewan is still fairly heavy, Looks like they do have a little bit of a reprieve there, but seeing some stuff coming down from the north. So pretty much everything up here would have been on the receiving end of higher doses of SO2, and then we see where it took off to down here into the U.S. and down to Iowa, southern Minnesota, Wisconsin area, likely going to hit Chicago and those areas with some higher levels, and of course northern Ontario and Quebec, and getting nailed, as well as the top end of Labrador, and then up to Greenland, and then back down to Iceland. So that is, well, hang on, I missed Iceland. It's there's Iceland, getting strifed on both sides, and then all the way down here into it looks like well, yeah, Northern Ireland and the northern end of England, as well as Scotland, and higher levels being pushed into all of it, really, and just the southeastern part. So Wales and Ireland are getting fairly heavy levels of SO2 as well. Let's take a look further south, though. You do have the west and Midwest doing very well in the U.S. The eastern seaboard looks like North and South Carolina, Georgia, not bad. Virginia, not too bad as well. And then even here in Mississippi and Alabama and Georgia, Florida looking the best out of that group over there. And not bad going into the top end of Mexico, but as soon as you get a little further south, near Mexico City, and looks like we got an extra plume buildup. I don't know if it's just the circulation of the way the air is keeping everything stagnant in there, but that is what we're seeing in Mexico. So Mexico City, as well as Popocatépetl, adding to this, unless they've got an extra volcano in there that's being thrown in. We do see the wind currents going in kind of funny directions. We'll see if that plume stretches out and gets in here. There must be some heavy rainstorms in here, as that SO2 seems to be vanishing. And looking at it'd be Nevado del Ruiz right in this area, continuing to do its thing out there in Colombia, and those other guys doing their stuff as well. And our constant output from Sabancaya is showing its abilities here, and that's what we've seen in the report. So doing pretty good, covering a good chunk of Bolivia, as well as through Brazil, and the other ones here in the southern areas of Chile are definitely having their stuff blown across Argentina. It's just the way it is. Still seeing a bunch of different patterns down low here, kind of making me wonder what's going on. Anyway, we see White Isle volcano continuing to do its thing now. It's getting kind of swirled around by some of that other stuff passing through. Levels are up a little. Looking at Melbourne, a little bit there, and then of course from the coking plants. Melbourne is the refinery, coking plants north of Sydney. This is Tofua in Tonga, still continuing to off-gas, and we are seeing some come from Yasur, but not as much as before, and the northern portions of Vanuatu, of course, have Gawa and Eoba doing their thing up there. Papua New Guinea is still doing its thing, nothing really changed. Looking at Nuotulak, a little easier today. Looks like Semeru has picked up the pace again, and the other area in here possibly from Merapi. And looking at what we've got here today, it looks like our wonderful Krakatau is doing the stand-up routine today. Jakarta not quite as much, so pretty awesome. And as we carry along, we do have other little volcanoes in there, Dempo is in there as well as Kerinci and Marapi, as well as Sinabung up in the north here. So let's leave those and we'll go over here. And Dukono and Ioba doing their thing in there. They continue to do it, whether they like it or not. Not quite as much SO2 coming from our wonderful Philippine Islands here. And of course, that is our volcano right there. That is the culprit, and that is Mayon. And the other one over here, and that is our wonderful Taal volcano. Now it does off gas, just not sure how much in comparison to the rest of the pollution from the Philippines. Anyway, that is what they've got. Moving on up, Taiwan, heavy industrial stuff there. And looks like we've got a pretty good plume around Suwanoshijima, still doing its thing. And this, of course, is Sakurajima. And you do see the higher levels there with the deeper colors. Not as much as yesterday. Same thing with ASO, a larger area, but not as intense from what we're seeing. Moving on up, it does look a little heavier there north of Tokyo. There's a Tokyo area, and of course we expect, because of the population density, we expect SO2 to be up, but we are seeing more up here in the mountains, and that is from Asama off-gassing. So that's what we've got there. Industrial stuff in China all over the place, and it looks like it's a little on the heavier side today in most of India, especially out in the eastern portion. Not so bad Sri Lanka. And let's see, we do see this tail going all the way into the Arctic Ocean from South Africa, and that is for their gold smelting plants. And then you've got, it looks like a step up today from Naya Muragira and Nyiragongo there in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And also seeing my brother lives in Mito City, Japan. Okay, cool. Anyway, over here on this side where we should be seeing Ertail, we have a bunch of pollution coming from our wonderful Saudi Arabia with their oil refineries, as well as Kuwait and Iraq and Iran. And let's not leave Beirut out. Everybody is guilty. All right, so looking at the stuff happening in Turkey, I know they've had more fires. Not sure what everything is about. Wow, Grandma B, thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat, Grandma B. And that'll help pay for the power. That is awesome. Thank you very, very kindly, Grandma B. And I appreciate your support. Axis 0096, has there been much activity in Iceland? There was from the last eruption, but there is no more. Most of it's quieting down. That was the eruption in mid-July there. Anyway, looking at what we see there in Turkey, elevated levels right up near Istanbul area, and well, maybe on the other outcropping here. That's still, a lot of that is still residual from what Etna threw out, but also a lot of stuff from fires and things like that in the area. Mount Etna, of course, creating this plume, and we can see it. We still have that flow that was coming around, recirculating everything, kind of hitting it on the back end, so it's hard to tell what's coming from Stromboli. We do see a little darker area there, so assuming it is off-gassing, and that is pretty cool. And of course, that is where our volcano is, and it could be off-gassing as well. Let's zoom out a little bit, and of course, up in the northern portions, you see where all that other SO2 is sitting. So yeah, Iceland, Norway, Sweden's got it now. England has got the trough that got pulled down here by that storm and pushing it back up now. So yeah, that SO2 is all over the place, you guys, and that was updated while we were going around the planet. Pretty cool. Yeah, I hope those people are okay over there. And England, of course, it's not that bad. Germany and Denmark, those aren't that high a levels, so it's not that bad of a thing when you see the levels are kind of down a bunch compared to what we see in the heavy, dense areas. I know that is not good for you, at least not me. So let's leave it as that. Okay, that is our SO2 map for today. So SO2 is a greenhouse gas. Yeah, it can be a greenhouse gas, but it's also very poisonous. You don't want to be breathing it. And that is, I'm not the one who makes that stuff. I'm not guilty. I don't like it. Anyway, we'll put you back on the wonderful canned lava for now, and we'll wrap up the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see if I can get that started. There we go. And that is, of course, that is, or was, or is, well, it was on the 22nd of July is when this activity was taking place at the Rebbe Fissure, or Rebbe Vent, I should say, and the Kobe Fissure in Meridalier on Reykjanes Peninsula in Iceland, of course. That is the last eruption that we know of in Iceland, so that's what we got. Anyway, that is about it. So I want to say thank you very much for everyone being here. Do appreciate each and every one of you. I will let this play for a while. Oh, okay, that Makushan volcano. Okay, thanks, Sue. I was just trying to read through that real quick, and appreciate that. That is okay, and that'll be awesome, and that'll help out a little bit to spot more volcanoes. All right, time to wrap it up. So big thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy, and Sue, and CND Boy, and Yvonne Kunkel, and Siggy, and Gary 24/7 Live, he's at Skies, Lucas Snow, and Mona Lisa Smiles, and Joseph Fields, Texas. Thank you, moderators. Appreciate all of you. And thank you, Sue, for sending those reports in. A big thank you to Piggy for supplying those bacon seeds. And big thank you to all of you for being here, and super big thank you for Grandma B throwing in that $3 super chat for today. I appreciate that. That is the only one we had, so at least that pays the power. That is awesome. On those friendly notes, time to say good night. Be kind and take care of yourselves. And of course, take care of your others. And I do just want to add one last thing that I always add. Please, please, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Good night, or good day, or good afternoon, or good morning. And oink, oink.
you.